You're absolutely right.
Ready? The lights on, but nobody. Hi. Hello. 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 1 2 yeah. 1 2 1 1 2
themselves they don't stay all of them in one. And that is what we made our distance then much better. So yes, it's been a while. 3 and 1, 2, 4.
One, two, one, two. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Again. Don't you stop mutilating. You are.
I saw that.
Den har också missat.
It's starting soon, but in the meantime, those who might have missed it, we've got tea and coffee as you come in. So if you can please help yourself before we thank you.
Okay, it's her.
1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. 1,
It's not a straightforward request. So even if it's 50,000, still.
My name is Malusi. I work for the Electoral Commission here in the Western Cape. We are about to start. I'm not sure if I'm audible now. Thank you. We are about to start. Maybe a bit of a apology. Our sign interpreter is running a bit late, but he or she will be here in the next 20 minutes or so. But because of time, we thought maybe we can be able to proceed. Maybe in the room there's someone, whilst our sign interpreter is coming, that can be able to assist us.
Users in the room, we need to respect them and we need to accommodate them. And if we're not able to, then we need to wait until we can't have an exclusive meeting. So perhaps we and if there are, then I would suggest that we pause until they can be included.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are there colleagues that I'm trying to check every corner of the room. I don't want to take it all. Yes, sir.
Maybe you can say all of the here you
Okay. Thank you. For those in the room that can be able to hear me right now, can we please raise our hands? Louder.
One little question.
Okay.
Lucy,
Yes,
there are
yes.
two people here in front.
Okay. Then we'll wait, ma'am.
There we go.
Then we will wait.
I can hear you now.
We can hear.
I can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. But we do have people that were not able to hear, so we'll wait. Thank you.
Thanks. I'll remember that. You showed the other last time we saw
sort that out.
Something like 3,000 rand a day. Yes, no, exactly. So one thing parts,
Then you just have to do it without a ballot paper. In 1 minute, this is how it looks. It slips in there.
Because I actually want to do, if you see the top part where the ballot like
It's SABC. Hulle kan, wat gaan hulle wys? Hulle wil mos nie ding sien. Dit is meer een slip in the dimensions of the DPT.
ik ben voor training
Oh, dat left ik maar. Sorry, man.
That's my.
Hello? Hello?
Thank you very much.
One, two, one, two, one.
From that particular engagement, the PEO, Mr. Michael Anderson, thought it wise, and I remember it was that we need to have a workshop so that we can delve into all the challenges that we might be facing, so that we have a workshop where we might be able to come with solutions and recommendations us to be able to proceed. So our meeting today was, while it's more outcomes of our conversation, but we also want to how we proceed. So this is what we're doing. work together and facilitate democratic participation. And even civic participation
themselves activities that you and that is what we make our logistics much better. So, yes, it's been a while. 1, 2, 4.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Hope you are all well. We've got a bit of change in weather. We had such perfect weather over the weekend, and now it's like sort of a throwback. But yeah, it is what it is. So thank you, and very welcome to us. I apologize again for our late start. That's all on us, and yeah, we must just make sure that we do better next time around. So yeah, we're facing with how many days left to the general election on the 4th of November. Importantly, voter registration, we had our voter registration weekends the past weekend, the second round, and the voters roll will close on Friday. Friday also being the date when the national minister will proclaim the election, so that's another thing that goes in the official gazette, and there's certain legal consequences that follow from that. Obviously, the first one being that the voters roll closes, secondly, candidate nomination opens. So, but I'll talk more about that a bit later on. Just a reminder that we put our phones on silent, please. Thank you. Unless you really need to be able to access it, that's just fine. So thank you. Yes, you know, at the moment our voters roll stands at 3.443 million, which is up from where we were in the last local government elections, where we were at 3.1 million. So there is a continuous increase in terms of the output of persons coming to register. And as Lucy said, the purpose of this is just to show that we continue with our discussions, because it cannot be a once-off. And also, again, as I promised earlier on, but I will again say that we will meet again next year. Just because there's no elections doesn't mean we're not going to engage with you. I think in the off period, it's actually better for us to be engaging again, and I'm sure we can continue with the work that we have. Then I need to also just welcome our Judge Pillay. Judge Pillay is one of the commissioners, as you know. The IEC is headed up by a commission made up of 5 members, one of whom must be a judge of the High Court. So welcome to Judge Pillay. I know he has a very keen interest with regard to the disability sector, and specifically the rights and the legislation as it stands. And we'll hear more from the judge in that regard. So welcome to Judge Pillay. And then also, you guys have always told me in the past, yeah, why are you not doing that? And I will tell you, national. So now, I'm very glad that our Deputy Chief Electoral Officer for Outreach was responsible for voter education, communications, for a whole number of actions, including research and knowledge management. So also welcome to Dr. Victor Charlotte from our national office, who will also be then addressing you with regard to the introduction to us in the process. Where we talk about different topics. From see what is practical, what is what I have, what in our power that we can do, and what are some for more engagements further. So I'm really looking forward to this very interactive session with you guys. So I'm not going to talk a lot now, but I will talk to you a bit later, just before the breakaway session. about some of the provisions in our electoral legislation when it comes to the system of disability. It's great to be all here. Thank you.
In our midst, we have our Commissioner, Judge Jaya Pillay. I'm sure that engagements are familiar with Jaya Pillay. She is one of the people that support all our initiatives in the province.
You, Program Director, and a lot more about disability that you lived on, and I can only listen. Disabilities. I'm not lecturing, that's ridiculous. But it's also because South Africa ratified the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities in 2006. Years for that law, and it is in the process of domesticating. I serve on the advisory to mention the also the judgment, City of Cape Town case. You know the case? Judges and this decision. So what I'm making is that the struggle of people with disabilities as a process of awareness and education. CRPD, because it cuts across all sectors, elections, or disabilities, sensitive, physical, or social. And I share these concepts with you. You're already familiar with them. The relation to the first draft. Technology, so they have a common understanding of what you mean, and concepts overlap or each other. The IEC, you will communicate the language of what it means. So, it's reasonable accommodation. Necessary and appropriate modification and adjustments. is drawn down on the old legislation. Incidentally, when we had only law, disability law, which was, as I said, welfare related. This is now a human rights-based law. So, reasonable accommodation is specific to a person, what a particular person wants, and it can shift from one circumstance to another. What I mean is that what is reasonable accommodation in a school may not be the same thing in elections, for example. This will become, I'm sure it's clear to you already, but let's discuss it a bit further. An example of in election practice would be the assistance given to a person with Down syndrome to understand how to cast a vote, such as one-to-one explanation for which staff, IEC staff, must be sensitive to observe and to respond to. Persons with mental impairment can vote. I think your sound went off now. Persons with mental impairments can vote unless a court order certifies them as incompetent. It's not for the IEC to say you can't vote because you are mentally incompetent unless a court order is produced to us. In elections practice, it may happen that in some areas wheelchair access may be impeded by inaccessible roads. So now I want to talk about undue burden. This is a limitation on reasonable accommodation. I don't want to spend too much time on this because this is what those who have a duty to do should find ways around getting around these barriers. But in this instance, I'm talking about inaccessible roads. IEC will try and avoid setting up voting stations in places where the stations are inaccessible because of the road or for any other reason. But if this is not possible and the only available venue for the voting station is one where the roads are corrugated and wheelchair can't go through, the IEC would not be able to make up those roads, to fix those roads so that they're accessible. But one of the, whether you call it an accommodation or access, which I'm going to talk about just now, is special votes. So people who can't get access for whatever reason to the voting station can use the special vote facility. Accessibility is a preemptive removal of barriers for groups requiring services before they even ask for access. So think in terms of ramps and lifts, which have become more common and part of building regulations now. So there's a difference between reasonable accommodation and accessibility. Reasonable is tailored to the individual's need, usually or sometimes on request. Accessibility is a preemptive duty. It's a duty that all of us, and it's also part of mainstreaming disability. Recently I noticed, and it's only happened, I noticed it in Cape Town, is that when you get off a plane, they don't have stairs on some flights. They have this ramp going down. So it's mainstreaming, everybody can use it. So accessibility refers to measures to ensure to persons with disabilities access to the physical environment, transportation, information and communication, technologies for access to information and communication systems, and other facilities in both public and urban and rural areas. So facilities, schools, housing, medical facilities, and sports facilities. In this concept of accessibility are two other things: assistive products, for example, computers. A device, a computer, but you have no electricity, the assistive technology, you're still not able to have accessibility. So both those concepts. An example in elections practice would be, as I
Chief Electoral Officer, Dr. Richard Shan, is here, so that he can be able to give us the national office initiatives that we are doing as the Electoral Commission in terms of the disability sector. At least he'll be here today, so he'll be able to tell us that can happen. Oh, that one, I still need to go and find funding to be able to fund that. So, good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Thank you very much, and allow me to observe the protocol already established by and register our appreciation as part of the administration of the Electoral Commission to be able to join you this morning as we jointly explore how we make South Africa's democracy function. Elections are not an end in and of themselves. Elections are a process. And elections are a multi-stakeholder, multi-layered enterprise. So whenever people start pointing fingers at the Electoral Commission, one gets curious to know what has been the contribution. So we have over the years competition has increased, count has shifted, and this is manifesting in the increasing number of contestants, and we'll get to some of those figures and developments. But back to what we have been asked to talk about this morning, and I'll try my best to cover as much ground as possible. Colleagues, the community auditors does here. Okay. But that's not my first slide. Can we get your assistance once again? Well, it's PDF, so I show that it's sequential. Okay. Yeah, it's skipping some of this. There was what I have been given as yeah. Anyways, let's see if I can revert back to that one under the circumstances. I apologize for this technical glitch. Believe me, this is not how the IEC works. Well, we are a transparent organization. We don't mind sharing. Yeah, where's the presentation mode? Okay. All right. Okay. So that's my plan B. The IEC always has a plan B. So without wasting much time, let me just indicate that the work that we do in outreach, as the PO indicated earlier, we are responsible for civic and democracy education, communications, research, and knowledge management. Now, you can safely say that we sit in the public-facing element of the Electoral Commission. So we put to the public all matters that concern elections. And we are also responsible for maintaining stakeholder relations on behalf of the Commission. Now, our civic and tertiary, our civic and democracy education programs comprise a number of strategies, including our interventions with tertiary institutions. When you look at several studies, ahead of every election, we conduct longitudinal studies through which we seek to understand the public sentiment, what South Africans want, what should be the appropriate dosage in terms of our communications campaign, in terms of dedicating our resources and efforts, which are increasingly, of course, also diminishing. So studies have shown that increasingly young people are not showing up. They are not taking part in the electoral process. Now, in response to that, the Electoral Commission has targeted programs at tertiary institutions where we have registration drive and ensure that we can purposefully inculcate patriotism at that level. We also have what we call schools democracy program. Through this program, we go to high schools and we begin to recruit learners, especially those who have turned 16, so that they too can register. I believe you are aware that citizens can register from the age of 16, isn't it? So we start talking to them at that point. We want to plant the seeds that early, so that when they turn 18, they can then be upgraded to voting citizens. This is a favorite program of mine because it's very easy working with young people at that age. They don't have many complaints. They need to understand the message and understand what their role is, and you have planted the seed. So we start there, and we've been mounting successful campaigns throughout the Republic, meeting young people and making sure that they participate, they enroll in the voters roll. So we have a significant number of those as well. Then we have also had to double up on digital campaigns. In recent years, a lot is happening in digital spaces. People will tell you that people are no longer participating. Gone are the days when even political parties use stadiums as a show of force. You know, in military terms, we'll say there's a show of force. Just a few days ago, I was listening to the leader of the EFF in one of his many utterances accusing the ANC that they are launching their elections in some sports ground in one of the townships, and saying it shows that the people have really turned their backs on them so much that they can't even fill up a stadium. But research shows that the stadiums don't matter anymore. You now have digital stadiums. And so the Commission has responded to that reality by making sure that we have programs that target South Africans in spaces where they exist. But we continue with the tried and tested strategies of reaching out to communities. And so we still have those town hall meetings, we still have people, the so-called foot soldiers on the ground. And we have, for instance, recruited, in addition to the existing staff, we have recruited 884 municipal outreach coordinators. These are people who do door-to-door throughout the country to go knock on your doors and deliver civic education, voter education. And in that group, we have also no less than 52 people with disabilities. We reserved that number to make sure that they too are part of that foot soldier team, so that we ensure that no one is behind. We are able to speak to people in different contexts. And I must say that we are a learning institution, and from time to time we learn, as we did today, that we could not start until my brother here arrived. It's a lesson. You cannot afford to make a move and leave anyone behind. And part of the problem was that as we were recruiting for people with disabilities, it became a bit difficult to readily get some of those colleagues. We then soon realized that our specifications for the kind of people we are looking at, the qualifications, may be a little bit sometimes cumbersome for people with disabilities. And one of the decisions, Judge, that we had to take recently as now an effort to correct ourselves was that I had to sign for the fact that you have advertised for people with disabilities, but you forgot that some of those need to have people accompanying them. So you have a qualified person, but they need an assistant, and you have not catered for the assistant. So I've had to say, we will then also cater for the assistant, because else you are contradicting yourself. So that's part of the things that we do. And then I have already spoken about the digital campaigns, but we've also had to develop programs, educational programs, and to this end, we have a very good working relationship with the SABC as the national broadcaster. We have programs that are tailor-made for different demographies, especially under the SABC education. And as you will see as I proceed with the conversation, we have also been coming up with very innovative ways to get the attention of South Africans as we prepare for these elections. Now, we have, as the CEO indicated earlier, been having targeted programs for this sector where we collaborate with organizations, especially membership organizations, to make sure that we respect of the sector. And I have mentioned that we have purposefully engaged 52 municipal outreach coordinators from the sector. We have also initiated consultations with the sector to ensure that we can cater for people with disabilities first and foremost, to ensure that they are enabled to cast their ballots. And Judge touched on the fact that we have jointly with the sector developed the universal ballot template. And I believe the colleagues will speak some more about it. But this is really a template that ensures that people can easily cast their ballot despite their disability or impairment. We have also conducted training of trainers workshops with the sector. One of them was about a month ago in Johannesburg with Blind SA, where we trained them on voter education. We make sure that those that were trained can also then go back to the different organizations, be able to guide their colleagues on how to conduct voter education. We continue with those TOT workshops because, again, we dealt with Blind SA, but there are other organizations that also have special needs. So we need to make sure that everybody is catered for. In fact, in the coming week, I think on the 13th, we have another consultation meeting of this nature, but at a national level in Johannesburg. This is really to make sure that we work together, because every single vote matters, especially in local government. We are pleased that if you were to look at a national scale, the Western Cape province, Mr. Hendricks and his team are leading the pack if you compare with other provinces in terms of the interventions, in terms of collaborations, voter education and so forth. So today's event is one of the many initiatives that the province have been mounting to ensure inclusivity. And so that is really applauded. I have spoken about our initiatives with the SABC, and we've done quite a number of activities there. Besides developing content-specific material, we've also been integrating election content across SABC dramas, radio, television. You know, some of these soapies, for those who are interested in soapies, you'll find that the actors are now all of a sudden talking about their registration and their voting and so forth. So we've integrated the messages across different soapies and radio dramas. And we are happy to also learn, and we hope some of that information will emerge from this meeting also on how or what is it more we can do, especially to cater for the sector as we engage with SABC and others. Having said that, let me just also then go back to the point I made about the fact that a lot is happening in digital spaces. You know, at the IEC, we are quickly moving from a point where we are perceived as a ballot paper counting institution, because that is old-fashioned. We are now almost transforming ourselves into what you call developmental election management. And the reality of our work is that we are increasingly becoming a data handling institution. So when you look at the work that we do, you find that there's a lot of disinformation about the elections, about the electoral process. There's also a lot of abuse, especially to female compatriots who seek to become candidates, councillors, but also even to officials of the commission who are females. They are more on the receiving end of disinformation and cyberbullying. So we have really tried our best to make sure that we are present on all digital platforms. We currently have in excess of 800,000 presence across all platforms: Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, TikTok, even on X, which has become a bit of a sore point for us because it's been behaving a little bit differently from the others in terms of accessibility and so forth. But we are also present on WhatsApp. And we have, in keeping with the trends, also 2 months ago launched a WhatsApp channel, which is giving us a direct access to voters. You find that these days people do watch television, but WhatsApp channel brings television to their phones on the go So if you want to catch up on instant news, breaking news, people are now doing that more and more on WhatsApp channels than waiting for the evening to sit in their lounges and then look at that, the news. But this facility, we found that also is very low on data as far as we are concerned, but also gives you a maximum reach. So if you look at the fact that our mandate is to every South African, and majority of the people that we are supposed to serve don't have access to data in some cases, WhatsApp channels have proven to be quite useful for our outreach work. But we have also, this past week, announced the launch of our WhatsApp registration facility. I hope some of you would have tried it, where we are saying over and above our usual online registration portal, you can actually just go on to our number 0600 88 0000 and then type hi, and our able chatbot will take you through your registration. You can check your status there. You can register afresh on that platform. This is another way where the Commission is saying there can never be any excuse for people to not be registered. It is also proving quite useful now that, as you know, the opportunity for the in-person registration has closed. So as we wait for the Minister to proclaim the elections on the 7th, the last opportunity really is for people to log on to our online voter registration portal, or simply just type 0600 880000 on your cell phone, and you can register. It takes you less than 5 minutes. So before I finish my presentation, those who haven't registered, if they register now, I have gifts for you. We have also, again in keeping with the developments, had to launch the IEC official podcast. Through this podcast, we host different people from different walks of life to talk about South Africa, democracy, elections, and many other issues of national importance. This has also become quite a hit with young people, and we are increasingly seeing the changes in our registration numbers, where more and more young people are showing up, because we have now sort of managed to speak to them in the language they understand. PO and Judge, one of the next troubles for you is going to be that you are likely to find that on election day, when you start asking them to go to the voting stations to vote, they may say, we did everything online, so bring it to us, we want to vote. So we know that the country is not there yet. We are still having a policy discussion on online voting or electronic voting. But I think at the rate at which young people are taking up the challenge to utilize these digital platforms, there may be soon too much pressure to bear, in as far as that is concerned. Now, we have for the first time also increased our capacity as the Commission to deal with the prevalent challenges of disinformation. So we've had to make sure that we have concerted efforts, coordinated efforts to push our content through this platform so that we proactively deal with the issues, we pre-bank disinformation, and we ensure real-time engagement with the citizens. But also, we have, through that capacitation, the Commission was gracious to allow us to get more expertise in-house to deal with the threat. Ladies and gentlemen, I have said when I started that the ground has shifted. Political dynamics globally have shifted. On the one hand, you have recession of democracy that all of you every day see and hear about. You also have increasing populism. The world over, you see extremist ideas taking over moderate and democratic ideas. Now, South Africa has always played a central role in global politics, in continental politics, in regional politics. Therefore, it's no surprise that South Africa's general elections or local elections are drawing a lot of attention. I think we're getting more attention from outside South Africa than inside South Africa of late. Now, that comes with a lot of challenges, and we experience those mainly through the digital platform. So there is a lot of cyber security threats. I was just checking with our head of ICT this morning that in recent times we have had in excess of 4 million attacks on our systems. All manner of characters trying to penetrate the IEC systems to break them. So that's now the next worry for this commissioner and the provincial officer, because the attacks are not at the national office, they are everywhere. They will be on Western Cape, everywhere. They keep trying to get into the system. And God forbid, if one of them succeeds, we are finished. Because then they will turn us into zombies. And those can easily turn the country upside down. So this is one of the challenges, and that's one of the areas where the Commission has had to develop its efforts to make sure that there's sufficient firewalling and protection of South Africa's electoral democracy. So we have had to be proactive in our communication as our first line of defense. We've had to make sure that we command the narrative. We have increased our intensity in terms of communicating across the different platforms, including fielding more and more interviews across the major broadcasters. So you'll see that there's a lot of interviews by different electoral commission officials. We have even expanded the capacity of spokespersons, even at the provincial level, that when the PO is engaged, there is a second layer of officials in the province who can ably speak to South Africa, or at least to the Western Cape province, to provide correct information and timely information to ensure that we minimize the risk for disinformation. I don't know if I have to make a distinction between what misinformation and disinformation are, but our interpretation of what those mean is guided by the National Policy Framework, but also by the continental principles and guidelines on the use of digital social media in elections. So we see misinformation as unintentional, where inaccurate captions, dates, statistics, translations, or satire are used. In other words, you could find that somebody has innocently passed on messages that may be incorrect, but not really meaning any harm. Whereas disinformation, which is our major focus, is of intended deliberate misleading, where people fabricate content, manipulate it to intentionally create or promote conspiracy theories or rumors about our elections, about our processes. And malinformation, which is also somewhat extreme, is where information which in many instances is true is weaponized with the intention to harm and create anarchy. We are focused on disinformation because that's what we deal with mainly on a daily basis. And some of you may be aware that there's also, just a few days ago, it was the deadline for public submissions on the draft disinformation code. Since '94, our electoral code of conduct has mainly been on all other omissions or commissions of the political actors, but it had no mention of disinformation or social media. Now we have had to deal with that gap to come up with a disinformation code so that we regulate the conduct of political actors in that space. I know that looking at some of the feedback, it's quite a tightrope, because it's a question of how far can you go in trying to regulate that space without being seen to be censuring people's rights. And so you will see that the disinformation code speaks to the candidates and political parties more than it does to citizens, but there's a discussion for another day. But we are going this time to have, in addition to the usual code of conduct, a component that focuses on disinformation. Besides aligning ourselves with the national policy, which is itself still being sharpened, we have purposefully decided to be more on partnerships as well. So we partner with different civil society organizations, but most importantly, we partner with the digital companies themselves. This is a formula that, at least for now, is working for us, because even with the additional capacity, we simply cannot match the quantum of work required. So we rely on civil society organizations. There's a lot of expertise that resides in different stakeholders such as yourselves. So we draw on that wisdom. But we also have a direct access to the digital companies, and we meet frequently with them. We have been jointly conducting some workshops where we bring them also to share with stakeholders what it is that they offer, what is it that they are doing to protect people's rights, but to promote also the right to freedom of speech, access to information. So, but crucially, the partnership with these companies, TikTok, Meta, and I must say again, it's only X that we have never been able to, because you can't find them anywhere. You can't see a human person from X. So it's a bit of a tricky situation. But for Meta, who own Facebook and Instagram and all those, we actually can sit together, TikTok, we sit together. And during an election time, part of the things we do is that we escalate some of the problems to them so that they can then help us with the takedowns where we believe there is content that is very harmful to the process. But one of the capacities that we have introduced in the Commission is our listening capacity. I don't want to say spying capacity, but it's a listening capacity. We have decided that one of the proactive ways of dealing with the challenge is to not wait for the trouble to reach us. We go to the trouble. So we look, we search what you call the dark web. We have the capacity to detect well in advance what is happening out there. What is it that is being plotted against the IEC? What is it that people are saying out there? And then through that information, we are able to respond appropriately. And that's why, for instance, then we are able to also, so there's a whole ecosystem of listening, responding, and deterring the risks as they may come. And we have introduced through our enhanced capacity what we call a golden hour. So we identify a story maybe that is now, Anna, what's the word, viral. Like yesterday, there was a viral story that our online voter registration system, no, not the voter registration system, our online candidate nomination system is down. One of the political leaders saying, oh, here we go, IEC again, their system is down. So we need to detect such utterances within 10 minutes, and between 10 minutes to 30 minutes, we either would have removed that or we would have adequately escalated and responded to the challenge. Within 30 minutes to 45 minutes, if we need to issue a public statement, we would have been able to do so. And within that hour, we would have decisively dealt with the problem, after which we also are able to keep tracking to see if there's any residual challenge arising out of that. So I have been in this position now for 5 months. I'm just a mere political scientist. Now all of a sudden I'm heading a team of communication experts and all those. So they told me that, no, Doc, in this space you have to always be on. I'm like, what's that? They said, you know that your phone can't be off. We have access to you 24/7. Luckily, that's what I have always done. So even as I sit here, there will be messages from the team, either from the dark website or from the digital, social, whatever, because there's a breaking story now. I need to give guidance. What do we do? Do we give oxygen to the story? or do we ignore it, or do we respond, and how do we respond? And as soon as that is breaking, we also have an enhanced reputation management capacity. The reputation management team also reaches out to say, this is not good. Then I know at that time that I need to escalate to the Chief Electoral Officer, the CEO, with a recommendation on how we respond. And all that must be within 1 hour. If we have to issue a statement, we'll do so. If we can't deal with it in the administration, the CEO within that hour must escalate to the commissioners, who must also within that hour deal with the matter. So it's a golden rule. So far we're doing well, we're holding up nicely, but it's interesting to be always on, because I always took offense when people stood up in my meeting rushing out on their phone, but now I do that more often. So if Mike didn't insist that I sit to the front, I usually sit at the back because it's easier to go in and out without being detected. So I think, having said that, just to say then what have been the lessons by the Commission as we adjust our strategies with times, but also dealing with the harms that come with that. We realize that speed needs structure. That yes, a fast response is only safe when the golden hour protocol and sign-off chain are clear in advance. Speed without process creates new risk. We know our stakeholders, we also know our leaders. So we know how to respond to one leader and how to respond to the next. In fact, one of the, because this team of experts we are talking about is made up of young people. So this story about our system being off, they immediately proffered a draft and they said, DCO, for your signing off. The Commission notes these stories, but for the record, the system has been on all the time. In fact, throughout the day, these are the numbers that the system has dealt with. So the statements that the system is down are false. I'm like, no, you can't say they are false, but they're incorrect. So you have to moderate to that level. Because again, the importance of this is that every crisis gives us an opportunity to speak with clarity to South Africans. So we need not be personal, but try to amplify our messaging around the issues being raised. Silence is a valid tool. So, as I said, not every claim needs public reply. So you need to have what we call strategic silence to protect the institution. So through that tracking, monitoring, sometimes we just look at whether the story is train and traction, whether we need to respond, or we let it slide and focus on the critical business. And then, of course, we have learned that we need to be proactive rather than reactive. In the debriefings from previous elections, our stakeholders were irritated that we were too slow to respond, even to their queries. So we have had to make sure that we are proactive, we are responsive, and we give as much audience as possible to all the stakeholders, because if we communicate factual information to all of you here, empower you, you then become a layer and a line of defense for the electoral democracy, not for the IEC, but you can rebut disinformation in your own spaces without the IEC having to. But if you don't have the information, then we are on our own. So that's one of the lessons. I will skip the other spaces, but say just in 2 words, looking ahead, ladies and gentlemen, we are aware that, as I said, the voter registration blitz ended last weekend. We are now left with about 2 days to go to proclamation. Now, proclamation, as you know, is a significant transition in the electoral cycle. So we need, and we already have intensified content and monitoring in the space, but maybe just for what it is worth saying for those of you who are not aware, what proclamation does. Proclamation officially sets the election pendulum in motion. I'm not saying the election process, but I'm saying the election as a stage. So that proclamation sets it in motion, meaning at midnight, after the minister has gazetted the 4th of November as an election day, the IEC at midnight switches off the online registration systems. It seals the voters' roll, and so we cannot register citizens from that point until after the elections. Previously, for those of you who are election veterans, you know that South Africa's voter registration is continuous. And the IEC in the past used to have the capacity to continue receiving applications and processing them even after proclamation. But it had also the means to isolate those to only take effect after the election. But because of the ground shifting and everybody being suspicious of everything we do, we completely, it's a hard stop to the registration process now, and we pick up after the election. So that happens. But also over the past month or so, candidates, independent candidates and political parties were already proactively entering their lists of candidates in the system. So the commission proactively opened the system. So people have already been capturing. But now that once proclamation has happened, those who are done with their capturing can then formally submit their lists on the system. So you are capturing, you can save and continue again tomorrow, save and continue. It's an interesting process. That's why the commission opened it in advance, because people like waiting for the last hour. Then they will come and accuse the IEC that no, the IEC excluded us, their system was slow, or their system ate our candidates, and all those manner of things. But also, there is a lot happening within political parties in particular. Sadly, we are already having people dying because they have been nominated to contest. So that's why I then said deliberately, elections have become a throat-cutting contest. So this is now a period where, unfortunately, we also experience a bit of that. But once that has happened, so proclamation sets in motion the official candidate nomination, but also the electoral code of conduct now kicks in. We can always argue about the timing. Unfortunately, that's what our scheme is. Because the violation of conduct, if you were to speak broadly, happens long before proclamation. But the commission is only legally able to deal with that or to enforce the code of conduct from proclamation up to the end. Because the code of conduct itself, as we said, imposes certain limitations to some of the rights that even if you have these rights, they are mitigated. So you can't then impose forever. That's why there's a window within which the Commission can exercise that. So we are saying we are now in that phase from Friday, and our content shifts to candidate nomination, telling South Africans what they want to hear about how they get nominated. We've already been doing that, but we intensify. And then from September to October, we now deal with the voters' roll itself, the inspection, the finalization of the voters' roll, objections if they are there, and then of course this flight lands on 4th of November when we go to the polls. At that time, we will be also again tracking the media, fact-checking, and issuing corrective statements. One of the lessons we learned from the 2024 elections is that now contestation and a lot of disinformation is around the election results, the counting, the transmission, and all that space. So that's where we'll be focusing more content on, and working jointly with yourselves, with your organizations. We should be able to transmit that information to you also. So we are doing it in phases to avoid confusion, so that nobody comes back to you and tell you that we stole 9 million votes from them. It's practically impossible, and once you know how the process works and everything, you'll be able to say that's nonsense. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you very much. We really are happy to entertain questions for clarity or inputs on how we can improve our work. Thank you very much, Chairperson. The chairperson will share valuable insight from the perspective on the importance of partnerships and inclusive democracy, and ensuring that the processes are accessible, participatory, and leave no one behind.
Good, thanks very much. I have a slide. Great. So thanks very much, Judge Belay, our PEO, IEC, and then, most importantly, our fellow foot soldiers in the disability sector. Our political parties may no longer be able to fill up this venue twice within 6 months. Speaks volumes about the hunger that exists and the determination of people with disabilities to be able to cast our votes in a manner which is accessible and appropriate. So I commend IEC for getting us back here, so that we can look at strengthening inclusive elections through partnerships. I do hope that my presentation short, because part of today's the opportunity people to read and how we want things done. I just want to make one comment. One of the advantages of speaking because if it's every single person in this room, then it's exclusive. Exclusive. Certainly put you in touch with, there may be others. It comes to all things to do with access. Please make use of the opportunity to network and to engage, to ensure that all channels are accessible to everyone. I acknowledge that it is a process. With regards to our sign language interpreter, I know that we've been going with our sign language interpreter for 1 hour and 40 minutes, and that normally a sign language interpreter will only go for 20 minutes and then have a break. So we need to be mindful of that as well. So I will keep that short as well. All right. If you don't mind, I think it's got to be done from here. All right. So my first slide is a slide which just says strengthening the inclusive relationships and partnerships. And there's an AI-generated image of people casting votes at the IEC station. There's South African flags in the background. There's a person with a vision impairment. His ballot. We have a wheelchair user with other mobility impairment, sign language user, and a braille user sitting and the table. So really, what we mean by inclusion. Partnerships are in the elections. You can go to the next slide, please. Is it still looking okay? Or it looks a bit different to the way I'm prepared, but anyway. So it's important for people to cast their vote. And I say people, not people with disabilities, because they're equal for every person, regardless of whether they have impairments or not, to be able to vote. So, just to say that people with disabilities be equal citizens, and that gets affirmed when we actually go to the polling stations. If we don't go to the polling stations together, then we're not equal. So we need to be able to cast our votes to affirm that we are equal citizens. We must have a voice, and our voice must be heard. It's so important that we are able to have a say in the shaping of our country. We're not going to be passive participants, we want to be active participants. It also gives us an opportunity to have our representation, our people, elected, and then have a say in policy. We spoke earlier about, Judge Belay spoke about the United Nations Convention, the white paper, which is still just a white paper, the disability bill, which is on its way. We need our people. We need people who understand disability at the forefront. And when we bear in mind that, well, Stats SA says 7.5% of South Africans have a disability. I think we know that it's a lot more than that. Globally, it's acknowledged to be 15%. I don't know why South Africa would be any different. It's a large portion of people that we represent. We need to make sure that we have a voice at our elections. We also need to hold people accountable. So we go to the votes so that we know who we can hold accountable. And our local elections are great for that, because we can actually find out who our councillor is. We can look them in the eye when they're elected and say, hey, what about us? Why aren't we being included? And then strengthening of, that's hidden here, it's hidden up there as well. Slide that, go back one. Sorry, just strengthening, strengthening democracy and strengthening our voices, giving us a platform to be heard and to be able to speak. All right, so that's why it's important for people with impairments to be able to vote. So what have we experienced in previous years? And I don't have to tell you this, last time we were in this room, a lot of these came up. So physical barriers, not just the lack of access of ramps, but it's just across the board. There are various physical barriers which prevented people from being able to participate. There was poor signage, the layout of polling stations wasn't great. There were communication barriers, so again, digital, make sure that it's that we can be part of it. There was inaccessible voting material, attitudinal barriers, massive. The attitudinal barriers of people at polling stations and, in some cases, within the IEC themselves. And then there are very few employees at the IEC who have disabilities. We just heard that out of the around about 850 people who've been employed recently, 52 have disabilities. That's an improvement. When we sat here in February, I was rather scathing about the amount of people who the IEC employed in the Western Cape with disabilities. So it's good to see that some of that has been taken on board, and we are now looking at employing people with disabilities. Okay, so what has been done so far? Well, we had that engagement in February, which can't have been easy for the IEC officials to listen to at times, but it was honest. And that's what we need. We need honest and robust communication, where we're not afraid to say what needs to be said. We continue to engage as the Western Cape Network of Disability with the IEC in the Western Cape, and it's ongoing because we want to turn talk into impact. The time of talking is over. We need to make differences now. There was an IEC boot camp where Erica, my colleague, it was, I think a couple of weeks ago, Erica presented, did some awareness, which was very valuable. And we are going to come up with some suggested solutions this afternoon, which is probably the most meaningful and a really important next step. I put an image on another AI-generated image of people with various impairments and some who are not disabled, sitting around a table having a discussion. Today's purpose is to find solutions to the challenges which we identified in February. And again, is to hear from the foot soldiers what those solutions are and what they look like. We're here to plan not just for November, and I think this is very important. We're here to plan for the short term, the medium term, and the long term. So yes, we have an election in November. We also have another general election in 2029. And we need to make sure that in 2029, everyone can participate fully. No excuses by 2029. We need to identify opportunities to create lasting change, because there are many opportunities. And then I'm going to take a deep breath, because this last point is probably the most important thing that I'm going to say today. And I'm going to look at Dr. Victor when I say this. We need to influence budget. I put there decisions. We need to influence budget decisions. Talk is cheap. Disability isn't. We can come up with the world of ideas today, but if no budget is allocated to implementing what we come up with, then we're not going to get anywhere. We might as well have lunch and go home. So we need to have budget allocated. Our time, our input as the sector needs to be valued, and we need to be compensated. I'm not applying for a job, but I need the IEC, we need the IEC to acknowledge that when we are consulted, we are giving you a service. You'll go and pay consultation fees to other experts. Why not to those of us in the sector? All right. So let's see that budget allocation. Then we're making progress. Okay. Moving on to the 4 focus areas we're going to focus on today. We're going to break into groups. Each group is going to have a person from the IEC who will be facilitating, and we will have someone from the network in there, placed strategically just to give some advice as well. The facilitation will be done by the IEC. The 4 categories are, 4 focus areas are, disability awareness and recruitment of persons with disabilities. I think that speaks for itself. We need to create environments where people with disabilities are understood, where they are made to feel comfortable, welcome, and where staff are confident and know how to adequately accommodate people with disabilities. And of course, recruitment. There's no good putting adverts on a platform which are not accessible to people with disabilities, and then say, yeah, but we advertise, but no one bothered to apply. If you don't see it, you can't access it, it's as good as not being out there. So that's the one group. The second group will be accessible communication, voter education and outreach. So we're going to be focusing on those aspects, communication, how to vote, how to educate our voters, and of course outreach. Then the accessibility of registration. So that's going to include digital, all aspects, and of course venues, and the processes. If the processes aren't accessible, they may not exist. And the 4th and final category will be, what do we do after today and after implementation? How do we continue with stakeholder engagement, some stakeholder collaboration engagements? How do we monitor the success, monitor the changes which have been made? So those are the 4 groups. I assume someone from the IEC is going to come and chat about exactly how that's all going to work. So please, when you are in your group, please contribute, say your say, because the plan is for this to make a difference. We can move on to my last slide. Please, I see the engagements as a real opportunity to ensure the following. To ensure that people with visual impairments can vote for what they want to see in a democratic South Africa. To ensure that people with hearing impairments can have their voices heard at the polls. And to ensure that people with mobility impairments can be part of the movement that shapes our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kileno. Gentlemen, before we take a break and our facilitators come and tell us the next step, let me allow our Provincial Electoral Officer to take us forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know we're running a bit late, but I just wanted to give some context in terms of the overall place where we are now in our journey towards the 4th of November. Okay, so a little bit of context in terms of where we are in terms of that, and I'll go very quickly. So what are we voting for? You're voting for a ballot in the metro. You're voting for a ward councillor in the metro. You'll be voting for 24 local councils. And you're going to be voting for 5 councils, all right? So we'll have 416 wards in the Western Cape, all right? As it currently stands, we have 1,623 voting stations which are across the country. And we have, as it currently, we have 3.3 million. We have now subsequently, after this last round of registrations, moved to 4 million. Very importantly, one thing I mustn't jump. Voters must vote in the district register. That is the biggest difference. Remember with the national, we said you can even vote because the national ballot was the same for the whole world, in fact. You know, those parties were there. You must vote against the home address. A prison can never be your home. Doesn't matter how long you're there. The law says no. No. Your home is where you are when you are out. Whatever. But the big thing is, it's very, very important. This is the one big difference. You can only vote in the voting district That's why please make sure you check your details with the IEC. Please make sure that if you've changed or moved or whatever, just come to the IEC and register or update your details. Just a quick overview in terms of the road that we're traveling. So you'll see with the sort of orange part, that is we had the first registration weekend, and we traveled along that. We passed July when we had our second, we entered into August where we had our second registration weekend, and now we are at close to the 7th when this proclamation date. Remember I spoke earlier about the proclamation date? That is when the voters' roll closes, all right? Nobody can apply, nobody can update, nothing, at midnight. Thereafter, what follows 2 particular steps. One, obviously, is there's an opportunity for people to object to the voters' roll. In other words, they'll say, no, Michael doesn't stay there, or no, whatever. So those are objections which the commission is the judge. They are not even me, but the commission itself deals with those. This goes to the very essence of your democratic right to vote or not to vote. All right, so those are what will happen with the commission, and they'll then certify the voters' roll at the end of the day. Why? Because you need to have a document to go with it. You can't keep updating that. You need to know who can vote. Then we mentioned earlier on, candidate nomination will also start taking place. All right, so candidate nomination opens up on Friday formally, as the DCO said, and then parties and independents can come forward and then register their nominations. And thereafter we'll have special votes, and we're also going to have the opportunity then for everybody to apply for a special vote, and I'll deal with that now. And then obviously the elections. So that's just our little program. Just importantly, this is where we are currently. We currently have close to 620, well, we have 624 parties registered with the IEC. 624. But importantly, not everybody is going to contest. So don't worry, not everybody is going to be on the ballot paper. Don't worry. I hope. But remember now, there's different types of registers. You can only be registered at a national level, which means you want to contest all elections. Or you can say, I only want to be for the province of the Western Cape. All right? Or you can be only in a district council or the metro. Now, if you look on the slide on the right-hand side, we have 322 national parties. In other words, they can also contest in any of our municipalities in the province. On the other hand, there are 3 parties that are registered just for the Western Cape. They don't want to be anywhere else. All right, they're saying Western Cape only. Then there's 43 parties that are registered in the different district councils. Remember district councils like West Coast District Council, Winelands District, Karoo, South Cape. That is districts. Okay, so you can register for a district, which means you can contest only in that district. All right, so if you register for South Cape, you can't give us candidates for West Coast. All right. I'm telling you this because some of you may want to be candidates, just so you know. And then there's 8 parties that are registered only in the metro. So besides the provincial and the national, there are 8 parties who said, we just want to contest in Cape Town Metro, nowhere else. All right, so that is just giving you the scope of, so ultimately 376, and hopefully not everybody will contest in our elections. So just candidate nominations, for those who are interested, you can either be nominated by a political party, or you can stand as an independent. This is the amazing part about local government elections, because if you want to represent a particular ward, and you're saying, you know, I don't want to stand on behalf of a party, I want to be on my own, because I want to be independent. That is the opportunity that you'll have. All you need to do as an independent, you also need to, in addition, give us the names and signatures of 50 voters who support you. Okay, you must at least have 50. Look, people, if you can't put 50 people together, then no, really, you're wasting our time. No? So all we say is, if you want to be an independent, 50 people from the ward that support you, and then you're in, all right? And then there's other sort of requirements, such as the who cannot be a candidate. For example, you must be a registered voter in the municipality that you want to contest. And that's also always a question we receive. Like people say, yeah, but why are we allowing somebody to be a candidate when they don't even stay in our ward? The Constitution says all you need is to be registered in the municipality, not necessarily the ward, as a candidate. Okay. Then you have, if you are unrehabilitated insolvent, you cannot stand as a candidate. You cannot stand as a candidate if you've been declared of unsound mind by a court of law. So as was earlier indicated, I think the judge mentioned it. It's not just about us walking up to someone and saying, no, you can't be, you know. It has to be, as you know, there is a whole court process, and it's only the High Court that can declare you of unsound mind. Then the other favorite one, you cannot be a candidate or a councillor if you have been convicted of an offence and sentenced to 12 months or more in direct imprisonment. Direct, in other words, the judge didn't say, Michael, you got like 2 years or 10,000. As soon as there's an or, you're safe. But if the judge says, go to jail, you know, like that monopoly, go to jail, go directly to jail, don't park begin, same thing. If the judge says 12 months direct, cut, you're out. And then you can only stand 5 years after you've come out of prison. So there's a bit of a thing, a cooling off period, right? I don't know if any of you qualify that. And then public servants can stand, but they need, if they are elected, they need to then resign their position, all right? Just so you know, Ballot papers, again, just for you to know, if you're staying in the metro, you're going to receive 2 ballot papers. A ward candidate, and which the name of the individual is, together or next to him is going to be the logo of the party and the abbreviation of the party. If you're going to stand as an independent, it's going to be your name and a photo of you. Because remember, independent is not got a logo. They are standing in their own name. Make sure you have a nice photo, because people's going to look for you. Why is it that when it comes to election time, it's like driver's license and ID photos, it's like people, anyway. So, also very importantly, so it's your name, and it's your name according to Home Affairs. A lot of us have nicknames and people know us by our nickname. Now they're going to look for Zaki. Zaki doesn't know his name, Muhammad, Rali, whatever is on there, not? So make sure people know who you are by your real name. And then the other vote, obviously, in the metro is for the proportional representation. Proportional representation, as its name says, just parties. All right? So you can have 2 ballots. A ward ballot for your ward, which is unique to your ward. Remember, every ward is unique because the same candidate is not standing somewhere else. All right? So it's literally unique ballots. And then the PR ballot. So, however, if you're outside of the metro, you get 3 ballots. Why? Because there we have a thing called district councils. All right? So you're going to get 2 ballots for your local council, a ward, and a PR for the party, and a 3rd ballot will be a PR ballot for the district council. Remember, you have local councils and you have district, like I mentioned about West Coast, South Cape, etc. So we can vote for all 3. All right? But again, it is only parties that will stand there. Voting and counting, we mentioned about special voting. Just again to remind you, any voter, irrespective of for whatever reason, work, travel, study, visit, busy, whatever, you cannot vote on election day. You can apply before the time for a special vote to vote at that voting station on the Monday or the Tuesday. It's as simple. I even call it early voting. Man. The only thing is we need you to apply. Why? Because we need to know you're coming. Because we need to have ballot papers, we need to have staff, you know what I mean? So we need to know that you're coming. But for a special vote at the voting station, anybody, we're not going to ask you why. All right? You can apply to then come, and then you will come anytime on the Monday, the 2nd or the 3rd, which is Tuesday, to vote. That's also why a lot of people want to avoid the queues. Huh? In the past, it was only policemen or nurses or doctors, judges, that could vote before the time. Now, we're making it so easy for people simply to apply, and you can do that very easy. You can just send us an SMS. There's the number to 32249, and say you send your ID, pop, and we automatically, but you must send it to that number, because that is the special vote SMS. And that's it. And then we'll keep your name, and then when you get to the voting station, we'll have you on the list, and we'll say, hello, good day, mister. Good day. Thank you. There's your ballot, and you vote. Finish and club. All right? But that is voting at the voting station. All right? You can also apply online, or you can ask somebody to come and drop off an application at our local office. What we also do is where there are institutions, we will, the manager or the whoever is in running that particular, say, old age home or whatever, we work with them and they will bring the applications. You see, but people must apply. We cannot assume that the voter wants a special vote. We cannot come and decide for you. Oh, because you're old, you must get a, you must ask, and then we will come. All right? So that's what's important. But special voting, for anybody, you can go via SMS. It's so easy, people. Easy peasy, easy peasy. Right? Now the other category, this is, and I think the judge also meant, this is where we come to your home. In other words, the place where you are. But this one you cannot do by SMS, you can only do online or by filling in a form. All right? Why can't you do it by SMS? Because you have to put in also your address, man. You know, you must type in your ID, you must type in your address. So you can't do that by SMS, you can only do it through the form that somebody fills in for you, or you can do it online. All right? So, and again, what this means is that this, however, very importantly, it's limited to persons with a disability, advanced age, or if you are pregnant to the extent that it's difficult to, you know, it's affecting your mobility, right? So these are sort of the broad categories that we say, it's only these persons. So it's not open to a young person who's too lazy to get up and come down. It's also not open to an old person who thinks, you know what, because I'm 60, I'm now old. No, man. This is limited to those who really cannot come to the station. Because remember, it means that the IEC, together with the political party reps, who are escorted by South African police, must visit each and every home, people, on those days. And it becomes a massive exercise. Unfortunately, people do abuse this part. They abuse it, and what is the problem? Now the genuine person, now we only arrive at your house 6, 7 o'clock at night, because we were traveling all around and then finding, here's a young guy. We actually do that. We find a young person who applied and he's sitting on the stoop with his okka pipe. And he said, like, what is, nah, get the list gehad nie. In the meantime, his granny, who's inside the house, who should have been the one at the out, didn't get a special vote. They didn't apply for it. It's a weird world, eh? It's a weird world. So guys, the special vote home visit is limited to infirm, disability, or pregnant persons who cannot get to the voting station, and we will come and visit. But again, you need to apply. All right. And there will be a period where we will advertise when you can apply. There's a little window period, okay? The timetable will be published Friday or over the weekend, and that will tell us when we can apply. No? And we'll also communicate that opening and closing times to you. And here also, I'm asking all the organizations, you guys are representing your peeps, your members and support. Please help. Please help. All right? Because you already have a footprint, you have your membership. Please help, even if it's to the extent of completing these forms or doing it online or whatever the case may be. But please help. And obviously, as with every vote, you need to have your green barcode ID or a smart ID or a temporary identity certificate. If you don't have that, you cannot vote anyway. All right? So please make sure that you have that. And when it comes to home visits, the voter will always be allowed to vote in secret. So even though we come to your house, we must always still make sure that you can vote in secret. All right? In whatever arrangement is in your house, sitting at the table, whatever, we must just make sure that nobody can see how you vote. All right? The ballot paper must be inserted and put in an unmarked envelope. In other words, we use a two envelope system. It's an unmarked envelope. You seal it. So your ballot is in an unmarked. Nobody can track it now. That unmarked envelope, however, is put into another bigger envelope on which the voter's name, ID, and the vote. Why? Because when we get to back to the voting station, we must be able to tick that name off on the voter's roll. All right? And then we'll take your sealed envelope, the unmarked one, and put the unmarked one in the ballot box. So nobody still sees. So we remove the outer envelope with your details, but the inner envelope still sealed in the back. So nobody can see your vote. All right? So that is just how that process works. Early voting, I mentioned about early voting already, coming to the station, the home visits. It's very important to know that we don't do home visits via things, but also home visit is, you must still be in the voting district where you are. So for example, if you happen to be in hospital, we can't come to the hospital because that is not your voting district. Remember, the hospital will fall in a different ward. And secondly, the hospital also has various protocols about a lot of people in and out, and patient safety and health things and whatever. So we don't go to the hospitals for local government as well. As I already mentioned, we also don't do overseas voting because there's, like in our province, over 470 different ballot papers. We cannot distribute it to the whole world and then make sure you that's staying there in Seattle, you want to vote for Ward 17 in Cape Town, we must get that ballot all the way back to the voting station on election night so that it can be counted. Because remember, if you imagine if ballots are arriving 2-3 weeks later on, people can say, hey, funny business. Yeah. So it's extremely difficult. So again, no overseas voting, and we don't do allow prisoners to vote in the prisons as well. And then we just have that sort of thing that we want to start looking out now. Like I spoke about the abuse, we want to really now start taking people to task who lie about their infirmity. It's actually a sin to lie about that, to abuse and things so. So assistance with voter, a voter assistance who requires assistance due to physical disability, including visual, may be assisted by another person. In other words, you can bring somebody with you. No? As long as, firstly, the voter must say that clearly to the presiding officer. I want, because we don't know what the circumstance. If the person is being threatened, then you must be able to freely say to the presiding officer. Secondly, that person must at least be 18 years or older. Sometimes we have a kid coming along, you can't, if you're under 18, the presiding officer can say, sorry, bring an adult with you. But then only the two of you go into the booth there, nobody else, just the two of you, all right? And that's actually preferable. Because if you arrive with somebody without, or if you arrive without an assistant, then when you ask, then it's going to be the presiding officer will help you, but then two party agents are present. Because the whole idea is they say, no, but the job of the presiding officer is simply to say to the person, these are the parties. You don't give preference, you don't show, you don't, and the agent is there to make sure that the presiding officer is not sort of hinting here. His finger keeps on staying on one, you must vote, you vote like this, you vote like this. In the meantime, the finger keeps popping at one blockage. So that's the reality, guys. So yes, we prefer that you bring your own companion or person to assist you. And also very important, if that companion that's assisting you is a registered voter there, they can vote at the same time. All right, so if you come with a companion and the person, remember we're going to ask you to come to the front of the queue, because that's what we do, with the companion. And if you are the companion who's also a registered voter, we someone deal with you same time. We can't now say, okay, you must vote Victor, but then you tell the companion, no, judge, you must go to the back of the queue. Now what must Victor do there? Now he's sitting, he is waiting. I went up. This was now ridiculous now. It's ridiculous. Anyway, so the companion votes at the same time, all right? As the thing, as long as that companion is also registered there, all right? They must be registered. And then we spoke about the UBTs. These are the UBTs that we use. Normally what happens is, and you'll see them around here, the ballot paper slips into them sideways, and it's marked with, it will indicate where's the top of that UBT, and on the right side where the blockages of the ballot is, there's also holes. So you can either, because it's braille, you can either count the numbers down, or you can count from the top to the open blocks, and then you can also vote on your own. If you are visually impaired or you have a physical disability or a medical condition that makes it difficult to hold on to a ballot paper, so you can also use the UBT, and it's just you and you alone that goes in there when you're using the UBT as well. So that's, I just want to give you an overview before you go into your groups. Thank you very, very much. Okay, Malusi, what next?
Good afternoon. All protocols observed. My role is very simple. I am here to announce the group's allocation, the facilitators, and where individuals are going. We have the attendance registers to edit the list, but we also have a request that for group 3, persons who will need assistance with sign have to remain in this group.
colleagues, Gavin said he is on his way. Gavin said he is on his way. Gavin said he's on his way.
Should we all come and sit closer to each other?
Yeah, those who can move forward, maybe we should just get in closer proximity of each other. Yeah, maybe that's the guys from the League of Friends of the Blind. If you're not able, if you have somebody they can assist you, it's fine, then somebody can assist you to come forward. Otherwise, if you feel it's safer for you to sit rather where you are, then you can sit where you are. But the others, those who are able, let's go move closer to Mr. Anthony now. Okay. Right, we are just waiting for Kevin, our sign language interpreter. He said he's on his way. Yes. Okay. There's a request from the SABC just to have a short word with Mr. Anthony.
Okay, but you can. Yeah. No, we can do it. You can start without me.
Yeah.
As long as Gavin's here. Yes, Gavin. Well, let's go out. Yeah, so don't need delay. Here's Gavin, so I'll see you guys in the first.
Okay, Gavin is here. Thank you, Gavin. Okay. Right. Last roll call. Pambili is in the house. No, Pambili said yes. Public protector, are you in the house? Not yet. Tambaleto is in the house? Yes. The Leagues of Friends of the Blind, are you in the house? Not yet. The Living Link, are you here? Not yet. Then, like UCT indicated they are here. Western Cape Black Disability Forum indicate they are here. Western Cape Network of the on Disability, they are here. College of Cape Town is here, and Blind SA are you here? Right. Okay, let's start. Colleagues, there are our topics. We have 40 minutes. Okay, we need to discuss the following. Our topic, we need, Ushi, can you just give the topic then? We are group 3. We need to talk about accessibility of registration and voting venues. Also, including the electoral processes, meaning whilst you are voting, how is the accessibility? Okay, so the first subtopic that we're going to address is the following. We need to talk about the accessibility of voting and registration stations. So our first question is, okay, right, let me just quickly go through the subtopics. That is the first one. The second one, we need to talk about inclusive electoral processes. And the question is, are the current electoral processes inclusive for persons with disability? And then also, always important, colleagues, when we say there's a barrier, we must come up with a solution. So, we will need submissions or answers or suggestions. What improvements are needed before election day? Very important, colleagues. What improvements are needed before election day? Then also, number 3, assistive support. That item, we're going to ask what assistive devices or support services are available. Then also, how can the election officials better assist voters with disabilities while protecting the secrecy of the vote? Let me just repeat that one. So the question is, how can election officials better assist voters with disabilities while protecting the secrecy of the vote? And then the last one is, there's the question or the item that we must address. The item is on monitoring accessibility. So we are going to talk about accessibility. Accessibility to the registration stations, accessibility to the voting stations. But then sub-item number 4 asks now, how should accessibility at the voting stations be monitored and evaluated? And then also, what standard or checklist should be used? What standard or checklist should be used? Colleagues, that is the items that we must address. Now, if you want, I can display via presentation that I prepared just as to what is the status quo at the moment, meaning what is in place at the moment. If you want to, I can touch on that so that you can see what processes and what assistive devices are in place at the moment, and then we can go to the points. Do you want to see that? Should we go that route or what? Okay, Ushi, there's a presentation there. Just go up, push it. Okay. Yeah, just hold up. Okay. Right. Colleagues, let me just quickly explain. And Mr. Hendrickson did touch on most of them, but let me just tell you again. Okay, so what is in place? Would you give me the first line? Okay. Okay, so what is in place at the moment? At the moment, with regards to processes, even before, colleagues, even before we start registration, and even before we start with voting, we send out our staff at local level so that they do surveys as to check with regards to the suitability of a voting station. So that is even long before we come to the actual registration day, and long before we come to the actual voting day. We send them to check, hey, how suitable is this voting station? That's the first thing. And I'm going to show you a photo later of it, or a screenshot. The second thing that we do, we make provision for special votes and persons with special needs in our legislation also. Example, special votes. The PEO have spoken about special votes, but special votes, it's all its processes and how you apply. It sits in our act. This one specifically is the Municipal Electoral Act, Section 55. Also legislated is assistance to voters, meaning I'm coming as a disabled person to a voting station or wherever I'm going to vote, where my place of voting is, and this act made provision for certain arrangements. For example, that the person, the disabled person, can bring his or her own aid. All that stuff is legislated in the act, and Mr. Hendrickson have alluded to, hey, what are the criteria for this person who aids. Then also, once again, I'm talking about what is in place now. We also try to enhance the secrecy of the ballot, meaning the secrecy of the vote. How are we doing that? I'm going to show you a photo for special votes and for home visits, and maybe also for station visits. We have developed a new voting screen. Meaning, like, it's somewhat like as to where I'm standing now. Can you see I'm standing behind a podium? And then in front of me will be a carton screen. So that a person, if I'm voting, if I put up a screen here, are we in agreement? You won't be able to see how I cast my vote. So I'm going to show you how it looks. I'm going to show you a photo of that. And then also in the queue, when a voter comes to vote at the voting station, our staff, we try to sensitize our staff, so when a disabled voter comes to the station to cast his or her vote, that the staff, in the person of either a door controller or a queue walker, prioritize this person with disabilities, meaning we'll try to get you quicker through the queue. Of course, also considering the right and dignity of other voters. So we also try to consult with them and say, look, here's a person with a disability. Is it okay we move this person quicker through the queue? Do you understand? Okay, so that is with regards to that. Then the UBT, Mr. Hendriksen did touch on the UBT. On your table or on some tables, I've left an example or a sample of this UBT. Mr. Hendriksen did speak about that. And what I've done to my friends, the second row from the back, I've shown them that the ballot paper in place at this moment. We're going to the challenges later, but I'm just going to tell them what is in place. Plastic, hard plastic, a black UBT, then the number of parties have increased. So then we had to make it longer. Can you see the one that is there on the screen? And look, how long is it now? The number of parties and later it developed even further in the sense that now we needed a double-sided one. Just because of the, so I'm just telling you what is in place at the moment. Uzi, give me the next one. Okay, Mr. Anthony, before you came in, I've told them long before we do the actual registration process and long before we do the actual voting process, our staff, when they go out to source the voting stations, they must complete a survey. And some of the questions on the survey ask in terms of accessibility. Number one asks, is there a separate entrance and exit? Look at number two. Number two asks, is there access for wheelchairs? Number three, is there a ramp available? Hence I'm saying, this is the moment, at this moment what is in place. Look, we are not always are fortunate to get such a voting station. Sometimes we just get a tent. Sometimes in that voting district, that is the only building that is available. But I'm just telling you, on our system, that system is called the Voting Station Operation System. There the colleagues must already indicate, hey, do we have accessibility for wheelchairs? Is there a ramp available? So right, Ushi, give me the next one. Colleagues, there is to your right, to your extreme right hand side, there is the booth that I was referring to. Now, that booth is the booth specifically for wheelchairs, righto, wheelchair-bound voters. Ushi, give me the next one. You can also see when I look at the dimensions of this booth or voting compartment, the standard one is 1 meter above ground, but the one specifically for wheelchairs is 80 centimeters above ground. And the overall height, the normal booth is 1.7 to 1.8 meters, and whilst the overall height of the one for disabled person or for wheelchairs is 1.6. So there has been some kind of adaptations have been made. Ushi, give me the next one. There is the voting screen that I was talking about. I want to vote. I'm a special vote. I'm voting in my place of residence, but I also need to protect my dignity. I need to protect the secrecy of the ballot. There is the screen. You still remember I was standing here and said, hey, there is a screen, and you as voter can now sit behind the screen, make your mark on your ballot paper and fold the ballot paper without anybody seeing for whom you cast your vote. So that is a new assistive device that we're using, and we are taking this one so that the staff, when they go out for home visits, they're taking this one along with them. Ushi, give me the next one. Okay, I think that is fine. Right, so that is what is in place at the moment. So, assistive devices, surveys, voting infrastructure, legislation, but also, and I think another group is going to talk about that, also employment. So we are trying to employ persons with registration and voting stations. And then we must also come up with the solutions. How can the venues be made more accessible? So colleagues, I want to hear from you. What are the physical barriers existing at this moment? I'm talking about at the registration and voting stations. Please feel free. We are talking about the voting stations. Okay. What are the physical barriers existing? I know that the usual one is most the stairs. I don't. Should we add that? Okay. Right.
So I would take a step back to the checklist.
Okay. Can you hear Mr. Anthony? Okay. Mr. Anthony,
I would go back to the checklist. It was all very well said there's a ramp in place. But if the ramp is 45-degree angle, then it's not an appropriate ramp. So that checklist needs to be, it's a good start, but it needs to be defined to make sure that it's not just a intervention, that it's an appropriate intervention.
Yeah. Okay. So hang on. How do we capture that? So we have a problem with stairs, And we also have, in the case where we have a ramp, the ramp is too steep. Is that what you are saying?
And ramp is one example. So
yeah.
What we, I don't know if my colleagues agree, I don't want to dominate the discussion.
Yeah, but just I want so that she just capture that also. So we see that the ramp is too steep. You must also
appropriate and not just general.
Okay. So, yeah, the voting station survey, Ushi. Yeah.
So to give an example, if there's signage, signage may be in place, but is it appropriate signage for a person with a hearing impairment?
Yeah. So, the voting station survey, Ushi, before survey just said VS, capital VS. Yeah. Just before, yeah. Capital VS. No. You are correct at survey, directly before survey. Said VS survey, voting station survey. Yeah. Okay, right, guys. Okay. Alright, it's okay. You said, okay, the voting station survey must be specific and not general. And then you also said signage. Yeah? I don't. What do you say about the signage?
Well, those are two examples. I'm not an expert on visual impairments, and so our friends from LOFOG would need to get input there. But it's basically the point I'm making is that it needs to be more detailed than just a general tick box. It needs to make sure that the tick box actually meets compliance.
So signage must be also specific. Yeah? It's good.
Signage must
be specific. To make provision for visually impaired also. Can we say that?
Yes.
Visually impaired. Okay. Colleagues, who will you say, who are the key stakeholders? Sorry, before we get there, is there any other barriers at voting or registration stations? There's a hand from UCT.
I'm just making assumption that the station might not have, but one example would be, handrails. Handrails for individuals who might not be wheelchair users, but may have mobility impairment who require a handrail to move up to that space.
Okay. So the barrier is, let's go to your first column, your second column. Can we say that the barrier is not all station has rails? Yeah. Okay. Not all station has rails. Okay. Right. Gooi. Yeah.
Yeah.
Acknowledge.
Notice?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, as you mentioned earlier on, some of the blind people are not braille literate. So what kind of assistance that maybe IEC will have for those voters who are also visually impaired but who are not braille literate?
Yeah. We're coming to that. At this moment, we're talking about the physical building. Now, we are coming to assistance and assistive devices. At this moment, we are just focusing on the location and the physical station. Okay, there's a hand. Or there's.
From my side, I think the other frustration, it is access to wheelchair-friendly bathrooms. Sometimes we'll find that in the voting station, there is so-called wheelchair-friendly bathroom, but the dimension of the space doesn't allow the wheelchair user to maneuver. I think it can also be accommodated when that process of audit of the infrastructure is done by a professional. Then they can be able to say that, okay, it is a right bathroom, or it is just a bathroom with a signage, but it doesn't serve the purpose.
Okay, so the challenge, Uji, there is a lack of voting stations that have suitable bathrooms or suitable wheelchair-bound voters. The challenge there is a lack of voting stations that has toilet facilities suitable for wheelchair-bound voters. Okay. Okay, but the challenge. Yeah. But I will say the lack of wheelchair-friendly bathrooms. Yeah, the challenge is the lack.
Can I say something?
Yes.
On behalf of my colleagues, none of us, and this group, we're not going to come up with a list which is 100% exhaustive, including everything. So that's why we want access to consultants to look at because none of us have mentioned a person with a psychosocial disability, with a mental health challenge. They also need to be accommodated. So what we need to ensure is that polling station comply with SANS. So if the building national standards, 10400 part which says exactly how big bathroom should be, what kind of handrail should be in place, all those sorts of because if we make a list now, we're going to leave out 90% of access features.
Okay, we want to capture that. That is we're going to say that is under the additional recommendations. Under additional recommendations. You say that the voting stations should be compliable to the standards. Is that in short what you are saying? Maybe we should African national standards. There's one African national standards, but no, that is under so that's fine.
Should be compared to South Africa.
So, SANS.
SANS, S-A-N-S, that's South African National Standards, and then particularly 10400, so 10400, and then Part S. Part S is the part that gives guidance on all access for people with disabilities.
You said 10400. 10400, Part S. 10400 Part S. Okay, right on.
How much time do we have for this?
We only have till 2 o'clock.
I mean, to discuss here?
Yeah, we only have till 2 o'clock. We're in trouble. Okay, key stakeholders. Key stakeholders. Who are the key stakeholders for implementation?
IEC.
Right, they say IEC. Right, is that right? Say IEC? Nah. If Kobe first for the Seattle price as a career, I'm just going to transfer your message. Okay, that's fine. Colleagues, can we go to the second one, the second subtopic? Ushi? Right.
Then you can say IEC working with local DPOs, that is
Sorry, who is the DPOs?
IEC working with the local disability organizations.
Okay.
IEC must know there are the organizations in those communities. They can just look for them and work for them.
With the local
DPOs.
Yeah. Disability.
People's organizations.
Yeah. Now, we have a reason why I asked that because we also have a DPO, but we just wanted you to know what is your DPO. Right. A disability
organization.
Yeah. Disability persons organizations.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Okay. All right. Persons or people organizations. Okay.
Maybe my input will just take us a little bit back. Sorry about that. Another thing that is very important, I also tried to check when you register, does it give the option of indicating your disability type? Okay, if it does, the system should inform IEC that, voters that are registered for this one have this disability type. Therefore, what will be needed in terms of assisting these voters so that they can participate without experiencing any barriers because they've indicated. So if that is not locked in the pre-preparation phase, it means yes, you will do that audit, and the audit will give an indication. But again, to be 100% prepared, it means you need to know which disability type this voting station will have, because people have already indicated that I, Gloria Coley, I have this disability type, therefore I'm a wheelchair user. It means in this voting station for this ward, does it have wheelchair? What is it? A parking bay for wheelchair users? Does it have this and this and this and that? So that at least it can assist how to reasonably accommodate this disability type so that they cannot experience any hassles during the day.
Colleagues, can CS mention something very important that I want to add under barriers? Can we, under barriers, add there are too few wheelchair parking bays? Can we add that? Is that something that when you get to the voting station, that you see, there is not a dedicated parking bay for wheelchairs or for persons with disability? Sorry? Okay, so I'm just asking, can we add that we say, or maybe should come under a recommendation, that yeah, it's right. So the barrier.
On the floor, it's fine. You can put it on the floor.
Is it doable?
No. For
what you see is not there's something, there's a contribution to society and an exclusive society. You know, the two is not complete, fully complete. It's 3 years.
I'm waiting for the guys to call me. They said they're going to come today. So as soon as they call me, I'm going to leave. Yeah. But if it's done, then I can take it with. But if not, you know, see, they will split it between the two girls. Sheena. Yes. 3 banners. Yes.
Someone left the phone in the tents.
I think that's me.
Are you sure? I think that's me. Is it you? You owe me, my deputy chairperson.
Yeah.
You owe me.
And I was there just now.
Yeah, because I thought.
Yeah, no.
Do you have the SABC schedule? TV and stuff like that?
What you done? Als we naar de afdeling
No. I want to know that thing of national office.
Yeah, I was proceed with the ones that I
And it's not control yakho.
ngiyakwenza ukuthi into umuntu uma ehambile.
Akho abantu bokuphayela njani which is
No.
asiqaki sethina ne-traffic alokesiyile ekhaya. Aba bengile eKapa ngokulenxesha lapho iyatshintsha imali what's them. Bana kula bangaphakathi awungaphandle kunjani.
Yes, I'm just busy today.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Please. Thank you very much. We will proceed. I'm hoping the people that will be reporting back are ready. We will start with group 2. Lily.
Okay, hi everyone. So I was in Noluvo's group, and I apologize for jumping in front of group 1. It's just I have my Stellenbosch, so I'm hoping to just leave in time to miss the traffic. Okay, so what we did to save time is our group divided itself into 4 groups of 3. So I'm going to give feedback on each group. Each one had one of the topics on the template form. So in group 1, and just to mention that all members in group 1 were from blindness-related orgs, so this is specific to blindness. However, Noluvo did say that we would be sharing the template with everyone via email. So any additional feedback that you have, you'll be given about a week to complete it for yourself and or for your organization and to submit that feedback. So this is just an example. So the question being, how can election information be made more accessible to persons with different disabilities? And so the one was by using social media. I'll address some more of that in a second. That was the one suggestion from the group. Then political education days organized by the IEC. So that seems like a pretty good suggestion to me. And those were just the only 2 under this first point, but then the next question is which communication formats should be prioritized? And there was a list of things there is a list of things on the form. And basically what I would say is all of those communication formats should honestly be prioritized because diversity in format is one of, I would say, sort of like a key accessibility principle, being able to access things in different mediums and being able to submit feedback in different mediums. It's a universal design principle. But our group 1 said that there should be audio and digital formats for the visually impaired because only 7 to 10% of the visually impaired population in South Africa who are blind can read Braille. So for example, at the Heinwaffen Academy, only 4 out of 50 students can read Braille. So then the next one is that ballot papers should not only be available in Braille. The funding should instead be used to educate visually impaired persons on the voting process and candidates and voting station staffs on how to assist people with visual impairments. What I will add to that is, for those who can't read Braille, the Braille ballots are very, very useful. I personally make use of Braille ballots, so I would prefer them not to be, scrapped. But ideally, it would be great if eventually we can get to the point technologically where online voting is a possibility as well. Where it's, because for example, some people cannot use Braille, but they can still use screen readers. Okay, so I'm going to move on to group 2. And the first question here was, what barriers prevent persons with disabilities from accessing voter education programs? First one was transportation, if the program is not in their area. And this is not only about transport costs, but of course we know that accessible public transport is a big problem. All of you that are in any way affiliated with the network will know that we have done a lot of advocacy around public transport accessibility, and there is very, very little accessible public transport. And then, of course, so many people live only on a disability grant, and they can't afford to use, for example, e-hailing services, which might be more accessible. Anyway, next point. Accessibility of the venue, which is kind of an obvious one, like, for example, ramps and lifts. So if a venue is not accessible, then disabled voters will not be able to access it, obviously. And another challenge is lack of understandings from facilitators about different disabilities. So clearly it is emerging that training is a core thing that is needed, which this whole day is forming part of. Another challenge is crime and fear of being alone. So many people with disabilities can't necessarily defend themselves as well as others may be able to, and it is sometimes for example, I am sometimes nervous if I'm not familiar with the area and I'm trying to get somewhere and I've never been to this place before, then I don't really feel safe traveling there alone as a blind woman. Not having enough information on how to use tech, and also lacking internet access, that is another barrier. As well as fear of getting sick or having seizures in public areas. So then the next question is, how can voter education be made more inclusive and accessible? One suggestion was to offer materials in all languages, to use multiple channels such as radio, WhatsApp, and posters, and simple videos with captions. So again, this just comes back to how it's very important to make information available in many different mediums. Then, of course, to hold information sessions in venues with ramps, lifts, and accessible toilets, hence why we are in this venue today. Another suggestion is to meet people in their own space, like going to schools, churches, taxi ranks, and clinics, and also communicating with community leaders, because this fosters trust. Because people trust their community leaders, and therefore, if the information is sent through them, then it's more effective. And then the next suggestion is to track progress, to monitor which groups are reached and which are presenting challenges. So monitoring mechanisms to see, okay, which groups were you able to reach as the IEC, and which groups have been presenting challenges and why is that? And then finally, to engage with communities throughout the year, not only during election periods. And this has been touched on previously in our sessions this morning. Right, now group 3. First question was, how can partnerships with disability orgs strengthen voter education? The one suggestion was to partner with DPOs, because it builds trust with their stakeholders, because they know their organizations have their best interests at heart. It also allows for direct access instead of going after people without help. So I mean, if you're going to track down people with disabilities and you're just going to go and walk around communities looking for them, you're going to be much less successful than if you were to speak directly to organizations, which again is what IEC has done in collaborating with us. So also collaborating with DPOs allows access to experts in the disability sector and allows for better education and sensitization. The next question is, which outreach methods are most effective in reaching people with disabilities? So direct community engagement, going directly to disability groups and sharing information about why it's important to vote, how to vote, etc. Peer-to-peer education also works effectively. So if you recruit and train someone from a specific community to go back and educate their own community, I mean, again, that's the trust factor, right? And digital communication is a good tool, but note that access to Wi-Fi and data is a challenge. So perhaps, one suggestion that was given, which sounded quite good, is for the IEC to seek to collaborate with community hubs such as, for example, libraries and taxi ranks to provide, if not free Wi-Fi, because there are some places where you have to pay for the Wi-Fi while you're there, as opposed to us here at the hotel, but to negotiate for them to at least provide Wi-Fi for access to IEC resources. Then group 4. First question is, how can accurate election information be communicated effectively? The first bullet point is accuracy can't be validated externally and needs to be evaluated by the IEC itself. There should be an IEC accessibility escalation line, as in like the WhatsApp line that already exists, but that is dedicated to accessibility related to queries and the distribution of accessible materials if people were to ask for them. Because if it's just done through the ordinary WhatsApp line, there might be a massive backlog, and who knows when the individuals will receive that information. Then timely and accessible communication. So to give enough time for people to read and disseminate information, and again, accessibility is about information in multiple formats across multiple and different languages and in simple text. So what is meant by simple text then is text that is not overly jargony, because of course, if something is only available in English, not everybody is our first language English speakers. Some people may have intellectual disabilities or learning disabilities that make it difficult for them to access more complex language. And of course, even people with dyslexia, etc., if you're going to be using these long drag-on sentences, then that becomes very confusing very quickly. The question is, what roles should disability orgs and community leaders play? And then a suggestion was to use the sector to host discussions on the importance of voting and registration, which is being done today, but of course many of the people here are already experts in the field, so it's necessary on a more grassroots level too. Use organizations to disseminate accessible information. If it's not accessible, it takes resources from an already strained sector, and it's not their role. So for example, if hard copy, just speaking from a blindness perspective, because that's what I know best, if hard copy materials are distributed to, say, a school for the blind, and now they have to spend their resources on printing that in Braille, or even time resources. So as one of the things that I do in my role as partnerships and projects manager at the network is there's this WhatsApp group where I add job seekers, and the people on the group share jobs with each other, but sometimes they'll only share photographs. And I've asked multiple times for people to include image descriptions or alt text when they post photographs on that group. Because otherwise, I have to go and download each photograph, put it through AI, get a description and put that on. That takes time, and I do not have that time in my day. And then, the final suggestion, which I actually thought was a pretty good one, is to use organizations as voting stations. And then finally, staff require training on the accessibility, on the creation of accessible content. So that is something that I was even discussing with Nanuvo during lunch, is about how important it is for the IEC, for example, to, when they post on social media, include alt text on their photographs, so that it's accessible to everyone. Okay, well that is basically us, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lily. Colleagues, I'm hoping that we are taking notes. Right now we'll go to Group 2, represented by Bongani Yamba. Then after Bongani, it will be Jack, representing Group 3, and then Elspeth for Group 4. So The next time I'm here will be after Scott has presented. So for now, Mr. Yamba, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Program Director. For the sake of time, I'm not going to duplicate other points that were mentioned because it seems as if we did exchange notes with the other group. I was on group 2. The question was, what are the current challenges affecting the persons with disabilities in elections? One suggested that we're dealing with attitudinal barriers and unsensitized staff. The response and the recommendation was that the awareness training for disability, the awareness and sensitization needs to be decentralized so that it can speak to the language and the culture of that particular community, so that people might be able to understand it better, because when it's done in a district level, sometimes we won't be going deep to other issues of culture and stereotypes that are happening in that particular community. The other question was, are electoral staff adequately prepared to support voters with different types of disabilities? We said we need to create enough capacity for electoral staff to continuous training so that they can be able to overcome the attitudinal barriers. The use of respective language and attitude, the practical training for our electoral staff to be able to guide electorate with disability. When we say practical training, we meant that at least in that particular session of sensitizing people in that session, there might be some practical lessons that are being done. For example, if you talk of somebody getting his way through the cane, you need to understand that when you hold that person, you're not holding the side with a cane, you're holding the other side so that that person can continue navigating his or her way in the voting station. So those are the practical sessions, that practical things that we need to do when we are dealing with, when we are doing these awarenesses. Essential sensitize the political agents within the voting processes. If it is possible, we did mention that it might not be very viable, but if it's possible, during those sessions that are based in the communities, we can extend an invitation to some party agents, so that because they are working and disturbing sometimes the work of the PO and TPOs during that time of elections, and especially in day one, because they are the ones that are driving or working with the presiding officer in that particular house. So if even themselves do not understand how to deal with a person with a disability, and they make it difficult now for the presiding officer in that place. Include people with disability as staff. Diversity of disability, including intellectual disability or non-visible disabilities. How can the Electoral Commission improve the recruitment and the retention of persons with disabilities as electorate? Train the trainer programs. Employ disability champions. Organizations to assist IEC with sensitizing of staff and stakeholders. I think that refers to the actual thing that I was talking about, that when then these sessions are decentralized to those communities, then once you identify a disability champion that could speak culture and language of that particular community, then it will be much more easier and the work will be very efficient. Challenges: not enough capacity, no accountability, employing staff for only 3 days, disability questions. So those are the challenges that we are still faced with, but nevertheless, through working together with IEC, we can do more. Thank you very much.
Hi colleagues, good afternoon. Group 3 were addressing the matter of accessibility of registration and voting venues. Also were some recommendations and priorities as well as key stakeholders. So the first subtopic was accessibility of registration and voting stations, and there we look at what physical barriers that exist at the moment at these stations. And the group said some of the barriers includes stairs or ramps, and if there are ramps, the ramps is too steep. And then they also said that not all stations has rails, and then there's also a lack of wheelchair-friendly bathrooms, and also a lack of wheelchair parking space. So the recommendation was that the voting stations should be compliable to SANS, and SANS stand for the South African National Standards. That is technical guidelines and safety for manufacturing, construction, and engineering. They said it's 1,400, 10,400 and part S. And then they also said they recommended access should be audited by a professional. And then also at the moment we have the voting station survey. They said the voting station survey should be more specific and not general. Signage must be specific to make provision for the visually impaired, and also have a wheelchair bay available close to the entrance of the voting station. Who is responsible for this? The IEC, working with the local DPOs, and DPO stands for Disability Persons Organizations. Then there was also a request from the group. They advised that during application for special votes, have indication on the system on how the applicant can be assisted, meaning the type of disabilities that need to be catered for at that specific station. Sorry. Then the second, let me just get to the second one. Yeah, the second said the following. Are the current, it talks about inclusivity of the electoral processes, and are the current electoral processes inclusive for persons with disability? The opinion of the group was that no, not at the present moment, and the members feel that these processes are not followed at all voting stations. For example, the UBT is not being used at all voting stations. The lower booths is not being used by all stations. And also the prioritizing of persons with disabilities in the queue, that is not being rolled out at all stations. And the recommendation was that we should involve disability consultants, allocate sufficient budget to implement what is required, and have people from the community to test the accessibility of the stations in the lead up to the elections long in advance. We've also recommended improved training of staff and the following of best practices, and then also that the IEC should be inclusive. Who's responsible for that is IEC and the local DPOs and professionals. Then they also asked what improvements are needed before election day. Just best practice, lower booths and prioritizing of the persons with disabilities in the queue. Then the other challenge was also with regards to processes. They see that, or they say that there is little assistance when a blind person who need help cannot read Braille themselves. So there is a challenge there. With regards to assistive support, so they asked what assistive devices or support should be available. We then explained to them, okay, what do we have at the moment? We have the universal balloting template. We have lower booths, and I have showed them some photos of it. And then also, newly we are introducing a voting screen to enhance the secrecy of the vote. Then they've also requested that we have a wheelchair ready and recommended capacity building a capacity building program as to how officials or staff can take care of voters assisted who may get sick while waiting outside, or even ask a voter how they would like to be assisted, and take his or her word. So here's the also training and sensitizing IEC staff for the needs of persons with disability. Monitoring accessibility. How should accessibility at voting stations be monitored and evaluated? What is the status quo at the moment? We have voting station surveys, we have agents, we have observers, and it was also recommended that organizations from this sector can apply to the Commission to become observers during elections. And we've also shared the link, and this link to serve as observers, meaning the organizations is applying to the Commission. That link is already open and active. And they also said that the checklist of surveys must apply the standards as mentioned. Then they've also lastly said that disability persons organizations can be consulted with compensation. We must make room for reasonable accommodation, accessibility, and then, as the judge has said, cut out discrimination and decrease harmful practices. That is on behalf of Group 3. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Group 4 spoke about ongoing stakeholder collaboration, monitoring and implementation mechanism. And the theme for us was nothing about us without us. So I'm going to go through the document, but I'm going to leave out what was already previously mentioned. So how can collaboration between the Electoral Commission and disability organizations be strengthened? This is through effective communication, which is accessible to all, Braille for the blind, communication via social media, radio, and making use of sign language interpreters, access accredited organizations, and schedule a plan to take the process forward in terms of evaluating and monitoring, meet with the organizations to establish needs in order to provide accurate assistance in terms of access to voting station, establish a sense of ownership by making use of disability organizations to render services, working at voting stations where they are compensated. And in the IEC, as we explained, we do target special schools to access especially grade 10s, and many times they felt that they're left behind. It's important that we understand that once the IEC takes an initiative, that all sectors involved should be subjected to a memorandum of understanding or memorandum of agreement. And then relationship building should not be once or twice a year or only closer to elections. It should be an ongoing relationship, as alluded to by the PEO. Monitoring and accountability, regular communication and meetings between the IEC and the sector, a debriefing where we collect experiences in how we can do better, and then a survey and questionnaire similar to our voter satisfaction survey, but it's a special focus on persons with disability and their voting experience. Then that data could be helpful for future reference when we meet again to try and be accommodating as possible. Develop a disability inclusion monitoring framework with clear objectives, responsibilities, timelines, and reporting requirements. Include disability inclusion indicators in the Electoral Commission's performance management system. Produce periodic public progress reports on the implementations, and establish an accessible complaints, feedback, and what worked well mechanism for voters with disabilities. And then finally, what indicators could be used? The number of consultations held with disability organizations, a diversity of disability groups represented, and implementation rate of stakeholder recommendations, a percentage of voter education material available in accessible formats, whether it is Braille, easy read, audio, sign language, large print, digital accessible formats, and then the number of disability-related complaints received, percentage resolved within the established timelines, and recurring issues identified and addressed. And then the coordination mechanism, a launch of provincial and local disability electoral forums to facilitate coordination and address region-specific accessibility challenges, joint monitoring and evaluation committee to oversee implementation of disability inclusion commitments and review progress against these indicators, and an accessible communication platform to enable continuous information sharing and consultation. And the sustainability, it's allocated, dedicated and sustainable budget resources for accessibility initiatives. Develop and implement a long-term disability inclusion strategy covering the full electoral cycle. And in the challenge, not all voting stations are accessible to persons with disabilities. And in the accessibility to the IEC website, that is not particularly user-friendly for the blind or the deaf. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to all the groups that was well presented and captured. Now I'll allow, I see a hand. Oh, okay. It's fine. Yeah, it's been a long day. Now I'll allow our management. Are there any inputs on the floor before? Yes, there's a hand. Thank you. Read this one.
Good afternoon, everybody. Vincent Daniels here. I just want to comment on two items. The one is that in one of the feedbacks, it sounds very, very that one should use disabled people's organizations as facilities to be used as a voting station. If you consider that most organizations as places for the particular disability they serve would most times accessible to those particular disabilities. So a good thing for if the public were to on the voting day, see what goes on here. That's the one thing that I think is very good. The other thing that could also start to happen is that we must try not to be so separatist. We must try to be able to say, yes, you can go stand in the queue on the day, but if you can take another queue, that's fine. But the more you are visible, the more people will be in society accepting our disability. And they will be able to see, and even if this person is with some form of difference to them, they are still capable of coming to cast their vote, because their vote is so much more important than, even more important, if I can put it carefully, than disability itself. I just want to last. Unfortunately, I don't have access to WhatsApp at the moment, so I couldn't necessarily re-register myself over the weekend that's passed. I was unable to be near my particular voting station. So I just thought to myself, if you want to use me as a quick guinea pig to make sure the service works, I'm very happy to give you all my details, and you can do me in public here if you like.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
I think that we should go to look at the different stations. We speak about the whole elected process, but what about your candidates? Do we have disabled candidates the same for elections? I remember in 1994 4, there was a good representation of disabled persons, both in national government and also in provincial and local governments. But what happened after that? I think that we need to revisit that particular aspect. You know that we say nothing about us without us. The man that actually took this place was none other than Dr. William Roden. I think that we should look in terms of have a quota for political parties to say that a certain percentage of our candidates must be person with a disability. Then we know disabled people are being represented on all levels of government.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. My name is Luvoyo, and my surname is Zondane. Actually, just to clear something out, when the names of the groups were introduced there, I appeared 3 times there. I'm just saying, in case you were asking who is Disability Rights Matter in another group, that was me. Who is Mr. Zondan? That was me. But I came here wearing a cap of the Western Cape Black Disability Forum, so I stayed in this group. For those who did check who was that person, it was me, but I appeared 3 times, it was just a mistake. Here, thanks for the opportunity. I must say thanks, Judge Pillay, because your presentation, Honorable Judge, gave us answers to the whole entire workshop. And I think I also want to say to Dr. Victor, who might not be here now, that I like one thing about him is that he knows that disability is costly. Disability is a cost. He even went as far as making an example of saying we had to adjust the budget to accommodate the second person who will be the assistant. Now I'm raising this thing purposely to say that IEC has now an opportunity to actually take from what Dr. Victor said and take from the point that the earlier comrade raised there to say, let's make use of local DPOs to do what? To give a helping hand and support to IEC. Now, how do you do that? When you're an NGO, an NPO of persons with disabilities with 0 balance in your bank account. When you know we have a challenge with transport within the sector of disability, just to 2 kilometers to the VD station. So therefore, hence we said in our group 3, we said, please let there be compensation. Let's show leadership in this country, IEC, to say that we will show how to work with disability people's organization. We are not going to abuse them and just call them, get the information from them, but we will work out a system, a structure that we're going to say, deliberately, intentionally so. All of this data in our database that will work them based on however system you use to separate us, to say that a network of disability, so-and-so DPSA, guys, we're going to work with you, but we know you still have to cover this cost to get your comrades to come and assist us, you know, and all of that. Therefore, there will be a compensation in line with that.
I'm sure we can do that without support. I'm sure that is possible to happen. So knowing that this is for today and for tomorrow, that's what we're planning here. We hope if it's not been budgeted for now, I'm almost done.
If it's not being budgeted for now, if you can, you still have 2 months, maybe you can squeeze something, but if it's not, let there be a disability inclusive budget come 2 years' time when we go to the national elections. Because we love being called by IEC here. We would love to share some of the skills we have. And I can tell you, the consultants and expertise that are here are unbelievable if these people can give you their CVs. Actually, these are the people who are saying, bring us around that table, and then we can tell you who want to do better than this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No, I've got quite a lot of input, so I'm not going to go into it here. There's also a tremendous amount of people who have left already, and I would think that they also have input. So I would like to ask that all of this that we've brainstormed today, that we've workshopped, be put together and sent out to everybody who attended this as soon as possible, with a request for their input to also be included. Is that possible? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other hand. Thank you. Nick? Commissioner?
Thank you, friends. I'm not going to summarize what all of you have contributed, and I agree that your summaries and your contributions must be channeled through to the PEO's office, and we will consolidate it into a more coherent, systematic way. But I want to take you to the CRPD that we spoke about this morning. And the aim, the purpose of that convention is first to promote, protect, and ensure the rights of people with disabilities. Now, I'd like to replace ensure with enforce. Enforce, because ensuring is a bit weak. Without enforcement, the other two is not going to work. Not in South Africa anyway, not in many places. I want to go back to what we said this morning, to the themes, and what you put out here has been very helpful. Most of you, most of the contributions dealt with the topic of accessibility. Accessibility to the voting stations, wheelchair parking, wheelchair access to toilets, etc. Access to websites, website design. So a whole lot of suggestions came out on accessibility. You didn't talk too much about reasonable accommodation for one reason, because reasonable accommodation is about addressing individual needs. Accessibility is what you're telling IEC to do preemptively, in preparation for every interaction between people with disabilities and the IEC. But the second theme that came out is the awareness theme. That is so, so critical, because we want to shift people's compliance with the law, box-ticking attitudes to where there's a personal, individual consciousness commitment to people with disabilities. Because if you are conscious of people's needs, then you won't patronize them. You know which side of a blind person, you need to walk with. And even if you don't know, your sensitization of IEC staff, let's start there, will alert them to at least asking the question and to being respectful, to also diagnose to the extent that they can. Because when you are aware and you can diagnose and ask questions, you will then also be able to address on the spot, as the need arises, the reasonable accommodation of people. Because that's so individual, so personalized. So you may not have a person who's disabled in person with a disability as defined, but you may have somebody who's got a leg injury, so it's a temporary disability. So you make a plan for that person. because you're conscious of that particular person's needs. So these two three ideas, we have to work on them because what IEC does in terms of building organization, it builds not only for IEC, but it is organization of society, of communities, of people. And the investment we make and you make in this project will ramify. Because you're not only interacting with IEC, you are in platforms with education, with social welfare, and so on. And you will take these lessons about what the IEC has been doing, the programs we've been engaged in, this program, and say to social welfare, what's your program? And get those departments to get off their seats and implement and join this community of awareness raising, making accessible, after which many of the other things will follow. One of the other things that could follow if we don't, not only IEC, but every person, and a person is not just private persons, it's also public persons, it's also the state. Because that's how a constitution works. It works between top down and it works across as well, vertically. So, it means that if duty bearers don't implement the convention when it is domesticated, don't address the needs, and my view is that I think those rights of people with disabilities are already in existence, and what the law is and where we are in terms of practice is a big gap. So there's a lot of catching up to do. But if duty bearers don't come to the party and carry out their duties, then you're going to have disability discrimination being defined with the possibility of conduct being harmful practices, because when I read it to you this morning, it was quite wide. It's attitudes, practices, policies that has the effect of impairing people. The possibility is that you will discriminate, and discrimination is definitely actionable, certainly, civil claims and whatnot. But it's also possible that it could be a criminal offense. So that's the total picture of how these concepts work, how your input is going to be pulled together into system practices and how it's going to inform us. But there's one, and of course, the things you've said about monitoring, stakeholder engagements and so on, all goes towards, well, communication, but also continuous awareness raising. But the idea of cost, we have a very narrow commercial attitude to cost. Because yes, there is an immediate visible cost. If you employ 53 people with disabilities, then maybe you need another 25 people to support them. So that's the cost you see. But what the cost you don't see by not enabling people to be included in society is that a society that is not inclusive is a society that has conflict, the scales of which can vary. We have conflict at multiple levels in South Africa. And the lack of inclusion means that people would be dissatisfied, disgruntled, and that cost, you can't put a number to. And so that is the answer, in my view, that what you see and you measure must be put against what you cannot touch or even see in one shot, but which is not measurable by using a calculator. So I want to leave you with those thoughts, and please send us your material.
Hello. Yes, the circle is getting smaller here. I know you're graveyard shift and all of that. And maybe that's also part and parcel of we must organize the next workshop to be more shorter and more and less talk and more come to things. But thank you firstly from my side to all of you and for everybody that participated. And thanks to our awesome sign language interpreter, you've been on duty also. Awesome. Thanks. So just a couple of things, because I am also aware that there will be opportunities to further input. So I can't give the final assessment of anything, but just some of the things that I picked up. Obviously, as we go on, we will consolidate that. There was, I think, Group 1 spoke. We will always have the UBTs. They mustn't worry about that UBT. We will have it at the station. And speaking of the UBTs, because there was an observation about the fact that our stations don't have the UBTs. They don't prioritize our persons, and they also don't have the lower boosts. Now, that is all supplied to every station. All right? So it's difficult for me to answer you when you say, it doesn't happen. I need the details. And that is linked to one of the other recommendations that I can please ask you guys to do is apply to be observers in our stations. It gives you access to whatever station you want to be at, because the organization applies for observer stations and the organization accredits the individuals to go to the various stations. So the only way that we can deal with those that are not doing what they are supposed to do, because I can guarantee you, the UBT is there, but it's kept in the box somewhere. The booth to be our assisted for persons, it is there. The instruction that you say, assist persons with a disability to the front of the queue, it is there. So why are you not doing it? And I need to know who that is, because how else am I going to be able to respond to that? So please, 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 a lot of the things that came out is a bit generic. I know it's overall experiences, but for us to act in particular, we need to get some level of detail. Not in every case. I'm not asking you to get to all 23,000 stations around our country, but so that we can actually get some meaningful response to that. There is a lot with regard to the digital media, and I was just speaking to the DCO, and there's things that we can do already. It doesn't cost money. It doesn't cost money to do some things already. Like on our website, when we publish a statement by the CEO, he just gave a press. So put that audio on the website. It's not an extra expenditure because you had a press briefing. Similarly, when we're having material, have somebody just do an audio tape forward. I don't know, do you still say audio tape? Anyway. But it doesn't have to be the whole manual, man. When we have a pamphlet on something, it's literally easy things that we can do. And those are the things I spoke to the DCO about. And again, I'm so glad he's here because we could hear from you guys firsthand some of our responses. So, and then guys, I must also be honest with you. Some of the things is just going to be outside of my purview. Like a wheelchair at the things I'm never going to be able to. What I can do is, because remember, a lot of our venues are state venues. Yeah. It's not our venue, we contract them. So I will set up a meeting with the head of education in the province, as well as the head of local government, could be municipal things, to see for them to give me some sort of a thing that says, how many schools have access? How many schools have a wheelchair assistance or some other mechanism? Because the school has to have it, right? Because it's a school. Same like with the municipal venues. What is it there? So we can do some sort of a proper audit from the state side. Because remember, a lot of this is the responsibility of the state that owns it, public works. So that's part of what I can do is to engage with them, but I cannot say to you here, I'm going to lie if I'm going to say, yeah, we're going to make sure there's a wheelchair at every station to assist. In fact, that would be uneconomical because not every station would even need. So, you know, we need to determine where and when. I like the idea of using, even as an institution, to use you as a voting station, but just be aware that we can only have one station per district. Okay, so it won't be a only for you type of thing. But I like the idea that you bring the community in, expose them to the institution's work. That can also work. If you want, we're sort of almost done with the identification of voting stations. But if you have, let us know and say, listen, our institution, this is where our address is, and we want to make ourselves available. If we can accommodate you, so be it by swapping out. All right, but you need to tell us that you are available. If you know what I mean, your particular facility, and then we can see. Alternatively, as I indicated earlier on, we can always use that particular facility for the people that are resident there, and we come and do the special vote there.
Yes.
I was in Worcester at the Innovation for the Blind, and they have hostel and things there, and we can come to them as part of a special vote home visit because those people are registered against that address.
Yes.
That's awesome. We can do that. But again, there's that communication, and I come back to the issue of communication, guys. We need to talk to one another. And my appeal also to the organizations out there is, if there's any change in your contact details, let us know. You know, sometimes now we have Michael as a contact. Now Michael leaves. Now we're sending emails, and we wonder where the hell is whatever organization you. In the meantime, it's a small thing, but we need to keep on. And then. Here's the other issue with regard to employment, whether there's a consultant or that is something that we definitely have to look at as the IEC. But firstly, it starts with, as an institution, you need to go onto our website. There's an e-procurement portal. You register as a service provider. All right? It's a standard thing for all states. You register as a service provider. You indicate what are your services, so that when the IEC, for example, sends out a tender to do training manuals or whatever, then you can respond to that, because we have to now obviously spread it. But that's little things that we can do, and we'll consolidate all of these things in our final sort of recommendations, and you can add to it. Previously, in previous elections, we used to have, besides our outreach coordinators, we used to actually have field workers in every municipality. There was a whole lot of them, and then the commission decided, no, we're going to reduce. We're going to have 2 or 3 per municipality. So that took away a bit of our footprint. And maybe after this election, we can relook at that and say, again, let's use field workers, and then we come to you and say, guys, are your people willing to be our field workers in your specific sector? And we employ you, because then we can, you know? So there are ways in which we can actually change some of these things. On a bigger issue, because the judge is doing awesome work at the national level. I think that next year sometime, Judge, and you must help me, I'd like us to have, and I'll speak to DCO, maybe like almost like a national workshop a year, based on what the law reform committee was talking about. What are the bigger issues? And at that meeting, not only the IEC, but we make sure that Department of Justice is there, Constitutional Affairs. We make sure that the Department of Public Works is there, because they are responsible state for things. We make sure that the human rights is there, because it's about the right of equality and all that means. We make sure that the public protector comes, because the public protector holds state institutions to account. I can't do that necessarily because I'm the IEC. We need partners together so we have a genuine effort. You know, because we talk, I 100% agree with you, we talk, and you guys come, and you're awesome, and you always come, and I thank you for that. You know, I'm bragging in front of my commission, I'm bragging in front of you see how many people come. So, but it's a quid pro quo, guys, and I don't take that for granted. Something also, Commissioner, that we can think of, and something that we can work down the road for, is something like a electoral charter for persons with disabilities. A charter that puts all of this stuff in one thing, so that when we talk as the IEC, our operations arm, our HR arm, our outreach, you know, within us we have divisions. So we're all talking on the same page. We have like an electoral charter for person, so we can put everything in one group for us as well. But that's a more internal focusing, Judge, that we can look as an IEC based on what's happening outside of the organization, but also inside, so that we can actually make some meaningful strides here. Yes, some of it may be small little steppies, but there must be a step in the right direction. So I want to, with those sort of words, thank you very much again for being here and for coming and for participating and participating well. I like this engagement because the only way we're going to get to is by being honest with one another. And we really appreciate it. To my team that put this together, they're around in different places. So thank you to them as well. For those organizations, you should by now also know who's my regional outreach people. Man. They are around as well. If you need to know who's in the Karoo, there's JJ. Ellsworth is out in the West Coast. Stephanie is Winelands. Ushi is Metro. And there you are. She's Overberg. So we're all here. So if you haven't got that connection yet in a region, please make sure that you also reach out to us. But thank you, and we will be sending out the draft. You get your feedback, and we look forward to that. Thank you again, Judge, for coming all the way, and thank you to all of you for participating, and safe travel. God bless.
All of them. The baby. And then